Grade 12, let's look at preparatory exam 2023, paper 1, mathematical literacy. Let's try to see the solutions. Those were the instructions, and I hope it went well. Question number 1. Brian is planning a trip to Canada to visit his uncle. His uncle is a professional tour guide and takes people to various places on sightseeing trips. The tours take place in difficult terrains of Canada. The cost for the tours vary, and below you will find all information for a full week stay with sightseeing. There are two options. Option 1, once week backpack sightseeing, which costs 12,000 Canadian dollars, excluding flights. And option 2 is a 1 week hotel stay sightseeing, which costs 20,000 Canadian dollars, excluding flights. Brian's father, Dominic, will cover all Brian's expenses for the trip, including flights and accommodation. Dominic will also give Brian 24,500 rands for spending and additional expenses. Brian needs to fly from OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg to Toronto to Pearson International Airport in Canada. Brian finds a direct route flight costing 16,879 rands, including all taxes. This is a direct return flight costing 16, simply meaning to and fro. Okay, according to current exchange rate, 1 Canadian dollar will cost 13 rands 48 cents. Let's look at the questions. Use the information above to answer the questions that follow. Identify the exchange rate between the two currencies. Now, what are the two currencies? We had the Canadian dollar and the rand. So the exchange rate today, it was supposed to be 1 Canadian dollar is equivalent to 13 rands 48 cents. Okay. 1.1.2, Brian did some calculations to determine the cost for sightseeing. He states that only his stay on the cheaper option will cost 161,760. Prove by showing all calculations how he arrived at this option. Let's take note. Remember, here what you need to take note of is a cheap option. There are two options. Which one is cheaper than the other? This one has 12,000 and the other one is 20,000. So the question, the scenario here says on the cheaper option. So which is option 1? So we are going to change the money in option 1, which is 12,000 Canadian dollars. It has become rands. So it will be 12,000 times 13 rand 48 cents. And the answer became 100 161,760. Don't forget that these are rands. These are rands. There we go. We go to 1.1.3. Determine how much money in rands Brian's father will spend on his return flight and spending money. Round off your answer to the nearest 100. So what are we looking at here? Take note of this. We are looking at Brent's father will spend on. We look at the return and spending money. Those are two things: the ticket and the money that he gave for pocket money. They want the money to be round off to the nearest 100. Those are the things that we needed to take note. So how much was the, remember very well that the money for, they said flight, it's already in rands, which is 16,879. This is money for flight. The money to spend is 24,500. When you add the two, you end up having 41,379. 379. Write down the cost of, sorry. Here they told us to round off to the nearest 100. So 100 to be here, so which is approximately 41,400 rands. So you're saying write down the cost of the return flight in words. Remember, it was written like this. So this in words is the same as 16,000. 16,000, 800, 870, 79. Brian plans to spend only 85. So Brian plans to spend only 85% of his spending money while on his trip and save the rest. Determine how much money Brian will spend during this trip. So if he decides to spend 85, it will be 85, which is 0.85 times the money that he was given to spend, which was 24,500. So how much will that be? Punch it in your calculator, you get the answer there. We are looking for the money. So he will spend approximately 20,825 rands. That's what he's planning to use. Then they say, question number 1.1.6, show how Brian's total savings after his spending adds up to 3,675 rands. Now, all this is so simple. Remember, he was planning to, so he was given 24,500. He's planning only to use 20,824. Definitely, what is he going to save? He's going to save 30,675. Why do we say he's going to save? Because that's what he was planning to say he saves the remainder. He saves whatever remains. Or someone else would have done this. Remember, he used 85%. So if you use 85%, what are you remaining with? You're remaining with 15%. So it will be 15% times the money that he was planning to use. Also here, you'll get the same answer. Okay, question number. Write down the formula that is used to determine the probability of an event. We usually say probability equals to sample over population. Sample over the population. The given sample over the total number of items or chances. There are 6 adult male, 9 adult female tourists, and 2 female babies on the tour. Determine the total number of possible outcomes. So number of possible outcomes, that means we need the population, which is 6 plus 9 plus 2, which becomes 17. The possible total outcome is 17, or the population. All right, let me look at question number 1.1.9. On his return from on his return to South Africa, Brian will invest 30,675 rands at 15% simple interest per year for a period of 1 year. Defined the term interest in this context. So interest here, we shall say interest. Interest will be extra money he will earn on his investment. He will earn on his investment. What we need there is what we call the extra money. It will be extra money earned on his investment. All right, 1.2. We are going to use the annexure. The group of learners learn about taxation during their mathematical literacy lesson. Tato then looked at corporate taxation in different countries. Annexure A shows the global corporation tax levels in perspective for 2021. In perspective of 2021. Study annexure A and answer the questions that follow. I'm here looking at the table down here, just see this is data handling. Data handling. So now, here we go. We have this. This is the annexure, the global taxation level, then corporate. All right. So we have, these are the countries that we have, that we are looking at. Okay, and these are the values that we have. All right. So the question number 1 says, identify the mode of the overall global corporation levels for 2021. The mode, the number that appears most. When you look at it, it's the number that appears most. The number that appears most is this 25%, the number that appears most. All right. The number that appears most. So here we shall say 25%. Then we come to this. Identify Q1, Q3, which is quartile 1, quartile 3 of overall global corporation tax levels for 2021. Now, before we look for this, we need to identify Q2, which is the median. All right, let's look at these values very well. And the values we have in front of us, they come from around, the values we have in front of us, they are around for many countries. They are from, let me say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're from 10 countries. So simply meaning the median will be on the 5th number and the 6th number. So we count and we find out, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So our median will be here. The reason why we are looking for the median, because it's going to cut through, and you see where we have Q1 and Q2. So having had this, so it says when you add, that means the upper part will be this, and the lower part will start from here. You see? So we see and we say Q1 to be here. These are 5 numbers. So Q1 will be this. Q1 and Q3 will be that much. Q1 was Q1 is 15.8% and the Q3 will be 25%. And me looking at the graph. So if this is the upper section of the what? Of the data. So we look for the median on the upper section, which will represent Q3. And we shall also look at the median for lower section, which will represent Q1. All right. Now, we look at question number 1.2.3. Select the correct answer in brackets to complete the following sentence. So here we go. It says the median is also known as, that means your answer was supposed to be A. In your answer sheet, you're supposed to write A, you say quartile 2, because that was a perfect answer. Quartile 2. Then B represents 50%. This is how you're supposed to answer it on your answer sheet. All right, we go there. We say, which country represents the lower quartile? Sorry, the lower quarter of. Which countries represent the lower quarter of the global tax levels in perspective? Which countries? They're asking which countries. So here we have countries that are in the lower. So it will be Germany, Canada, and Ireland. That's the lower quarter. This is a lower quarter. Together. Then the upper one represents 75%. From here going upwards. From there, that one represents. Then from here coming down represents the 25%. 25%. So we have German. We have German. German. Then we go to Canada. Canada followed by, last is what? Ireland. State the meaning of this, of selecting a country in quartile 3 with regard to probability. Now, with regard to probability, remember, probability simply means a chance. State the meaning. So this simply means that selecting a country in quartile 3. So it simply means a chance. A chance you choose. You choose Australia, or France. If not, South what? South Korea. Remember, we are looking at the chance, probability that a country in third quartile. You understand? You choose a country that is in third quartile. Third quartile, 25 and above. Remember we said our quartile 3 was 25%. So we are looking for countries that have 25 and above. A chance that you choose a country in the third quarter, 75%. All right. We look at question number 2. Question number 2, it goes straight to finance. Wishes to finance, doesn't ask for any rubric. Johnson is a pathologist, is a psychologist, Johnson is a physiotherapist who was contacted by SARU, South African Rugby Union, to give the sevens rugby players a massage during the rugby tournament that was held in Cape Town during December 2022. Johnson hires 13 masseurs to perform this duty. Let's take note of this. Okay, study the table above and answer the questions that follow. Show by means of calculations that the income for a single massage is 135 rands. Income is 135 rands. Here you shall come. We are looking at income. Identify that. This is the income. Then we look at how much is each. Now, number of masseurs, they are 13. How much are they paid? Take note of that. They are paid 1,755. So how much is each? That's what we are looking for. So we shall need to take 1,755 divided by 13, which becomes you understand? Which becomes that much. Okay, we look at question number 2.1.2. Calculate the value of A and B. A, we take note of A. A is under here, number of masseurs. So it's 8, then what will be? Now, take note. When it's 1, it's 13. 2, 26. 3, 39. What about if they're 8? So A will equal to 13 times 8, which gives you 104. You see that? Then let's come to B. B, if it's 1,755. When they are 2, the number has gone up by 2. Then what about B? This B simply means it will become 135 times 39. 135 times 39. So 135 times 39, you end up having 5,265. I was looking at that. The 39 comes from here because it's this 13 that they multiplied 135. That means the 25 times 135. The B, you do that and we do that. So 26 times 135, you get that as the answer there, 30,510. So the value of B is 5,265. Complete the formula to calculate the total income per session. So total income is going to be 135 times the number of masseurs. Okay. Prove that the total income for the weekend, if they start working on Friday and finish on Sunday is 78,975. There are 15 sessions per day. Now, all we have to do, remember they're saying prove. So the income, and we've just seen the income now. So 2.1.4 shall say income will equal to 1 times the number of so if you have 15 a day, that's going to mean it's 15 times 3, which becomes 45. Which becomes 45. But this times 13. 5 times 13, which is that much times. So this is times 45. 45, when you get 15 per day. So there are 3 days, so 45. So here you end up having the answer as 6,075 rand. Then times 13. It's 78,973. Johnson pays each massage 1,000 rand for the weekend and 50 per massage. He needs to rent the room at Cape Town Stadium to perform these massages, which costs 4,800 per day. Calculate the total expenses and express the total income to total expenditure as a ratio in unit 4. Now we need, the main part is income expressed as a ratio to expenditure. So the income John pays each month, so he's spending. It's not earning. He pays that much for that and food per room. He needs to. So income will be, no, this is an expenditure, plus 50 times 45.
Think we should do.
The income, we already have it in 2.1.4. Then here we are looking at the cost. We are looking at the cost. So one, he has to pay. It must choose how much? 1,000 for the weekend and 50 per massage. You see that? 50 per massage. Then he needs to rent a room at Cape Town Stadium to perform this. This is also a cost. This is per day. So we need to know how much cost is it. So the masseuses are 13 of them. They are 13. We need to sit down and look at that. 13. Remember 13, but each is expected to perform 15 sessions per day. There are 15 sessions per day. So 50 sessions per day. So 50 times 15. After doing that, times 15. $15,000 paid for the weekend. 50 times 15. This is per day, so 3 days times 3. This is 13,000 plus 50 rands times 15 times 3. This is 2,250. Plus, on top of this, after spending this much, he has to take a room for 4,000 per day. 4,800. This is times what? 3. So yeah, when you add up everything here, you end up having the money as 29,650 total cost. But they want you to express it as in form of income versus expenditure in unit form. So the cost is 29, and the other one is 78,973. Divide both sides by 1. We shall divide this 29. We divide through by 29 because we want 1. It's what meant by unit form. The unit form, it should start with 1 is to a certain number, which is 78,973 divided by 29,650. This is 1 is to 2,66. 2,66, which is approximately 2,3. 2,3. 2.2. HRM domestic. HRM domestic is a company that helps domestic workers to find jobs. They ensure that the domestic workers are not underpaid for the work they do. Income is based on hourly, weekly, and monthly rates. Workers work for 40 per week and 195 hours per month. You see that? Okay. So determine the value of C. When you look at the value of C, what we're going to do is to find out how did this come about. So there's a common factor that they did. So here we are going to say 143.55 divided by 859, comma, times so when we pick this number here, we'll end up having the answer as 1,043 rands, comma, 55 divided by 8 times 19. So you'll find out the answer is 23 rands 19. The answer is 23 rands 19 cents. So the value of C is 23 rand 19 cents. £23.19. Then we go. It is the percentage of increase in monthly income rounded off to one place, to one decimal place. All right, we are looking at monthly income, increase in monthly income. So what we're going to do new, which is it will be this one here, 2002 minus the old one. So the new is 4,522 minus 37. Minus 3,722,55 divided by same number times 100. We get 800 over the 3,722,55 times 100. So here the answer we get it as 21. 21.49%. Stefik asks if she could work overtime to earn extra money. The person she works for agreed that she could work on Saturday for 200 per day for only 5 hours. Determine the hourly rate wage. So remember, you're paying, this is 200 for the day, but for only 5 hours. So how much will it be per hour? So we divide through by 5, and the answer becomes 40. This is 40 per hour. And so now they're asking state whether she was paid correct wage per hour for the year of 2022. Remember, the money is supposed to be paid. The money was supposed to be paid. It's this one here. This is the money that we are looking at. All right, because 2022, that's what they are saying here, 2022. So we've just seen it that the value of C is 23.19. So this is valid, because you're supposed to be 19. So it's what? The answer is valid. First one gets 40 rands compared to 23 rands 19 cents that's supposed to be hourly. Okay, the claim is valid. Question number 2.3. 2.3, we look at this. The person works for Let's Park. He's a salesman who travels widely to advertise the products that Let's Park sells. He drives a 2018 Ford Ranger Bucky that has current value of 259,000. Question number 2.3, it says, calculate Mr. Navida's monthly fixed traveling claim. Monthly fixed traveling claim. Monthly fixed, now it is fixed traveling claim, but it's what? Annual. So monthly, what do you do? Remember, the car is worth 259,900. 200, 200, 259,900. So they shall get the value there. The value we have, it's already annual, which is 76,033. We divide this by 12. And the answer, you get it at 6,336 and 8 cents. Mr. Navdivas is thinking of buying a newer model, which so we need to look for the value of D. The value of D. We are looking for the value. Calculate the missing value of D. You will represent Mr. Nadia's monthly expense. So what we're going to do here is the money that we are looking at is in cents. So here, these are cents. Here, these are rands. So we multiply by 100 to make them cents. Make them cents. Becomes then divide this by 1,500. You are the coin there who are worth. Divide that by 1,500. Your value of D becomes 88.6. Mr. Nade decides not to buy the newer vehicle. It states that he could claim back 8,824 rands after the tax is deducted for his family travel allowance. It will be so this way we're going to look at this and we find out we've been given a formula which says monthly fixed travel claims plus the. So what are we looking for here? We are saying show by means of calculations whether the statement is valid. She says she's going to claim 8,824. How do you claim? We claim using this. So monthly fixed monthly fixed costs. Monthly fixed. Remember now the car is at 480. You come here 480, it's around this value here. So monthly is 130. One. Let's continue. I will look for the monthly fixed traveling claim. Remember, he claims that states that he could claim 8,825 after tax has been deducted for his on his monthly travel allowance. He will be taxed 25% of the actual amount that he can claim. So by that mean, sure, okay. So first and foremost, remember the car is worth 259. 259. So the car which is 259, what is its monthly fixed travel claim? So we shall come here. We shall write. 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 We shall write 6,336 plus. Remember the kilometers driven. It's 1,500. We saw that in the story here. We have that much. And when you come here, it says 259. 259 folds. 259 folds in this one here. So we took this value, divided it by 12. Fuel claim, these are going to be cents per kilogram, per kilometer. Also this cents per kilometer. So we shall need to claim that, and we see. Those are the values that we're going to use. Those are the values that we're going to use. So we shall say, so kilometers driven, we've already seen them as 1,500. So we shall say 1,500 times the fuel claim. The fuel claim is this one here, but those are cents. So which is 159.7 cents per kilometer. So it has to be in rand. So 159, so how do you change cents to rand? 100 plus 1,500, which is the distance traveled. 1,500 distance traveled times the maintenance claim. The maintenance claim is this one here, which is 56 cents, 30. Still, we divided this by 100 together. So we continue and we shall say 6,336.04 plus 1,500 times 159.7 divided by 100. So now we end up having, we get a 6,300, which we saw the monthly fixed amount, plus because it's supposed to be 10. So it's what? The answer is valid. First one gets 40 rands compared to 23 rands 19 cents that's supposed to be award. Okay, the claim is valid. Income versus 2005 in third quartile. You understand? You choose a country that is in third quartile. Third quartile, 25 and above. Remember we said our quartile 3 was 25%. So we are looking for countries that have 25 and above. A chance that you choose a country in the third quarter, 75%. All right. We'll look at question number 2. Question number 2, it goes straight to finance. Wishes to finance, doesn't ask for any rubric. Johnson is a pathologist, is a psychologist, Johnson is a physiotherapist who was contacted by SARU, South African Rugby Union, to give the sevens rugby players a massage during the rugby tournament that was held in Cape Town during December 2022. Johnson hires 13 masseurs to perform this duty. Let's take note of this. Okay, study the table above and answer the questions that follow. Show by means of calculations that the income for a single massage is 135 rands. Income is 135 rands. Here you shall come. We are looking at income. Identify that. This is the income. Then we look at how much is each. Now, number of masseurs, they are 13. How much are they paid? Take note of that. They are paid 1,755. So how much is each? That's what you're looking for. So we shall need to take 1,755 divided by 13, which becomes you understand? Which becomes that much. Okay, we look at question number 2.1.2. Calculate the value of A and B. A, we take note of A. A is under here, number of masseurs. So it's 8, then what will be? Now, take note. When it's 1, it's 13. 2, 26. 3, 39. What about if they're 8? So A will equal to 13 times 8, which gives you 104. You see that? Then let's come to B. B, if it's 1,755. When they are 2, the number has gone up by 2. Then what about B? This B simply means it will become 135 times 39. 135 times 39. So 135 times 39, you end up having 5,265. I was looking at that. The 39 comes from here because it's this 13 that they multiplied 135. That means the 25 times 135. The B, you do that and we do that. So 26 times 135, you get that as an answer there, 30,510. So the value of B is 5,265. Complete the formula to calculate the total income per session. So total income is going to be 135 times the number of masseurs. Okay. Prove that the total income for the weekend, if they start working on Friday and finish on Sunday, is 78,975. There are 15 sessions per day. Now, all we have to do, remember they're saying prove. So the income, and we've just seen the income now. So 2.1.4 shall say income will equal to 1 times the number of so if you have 15 a day, that's going to mean it's 15 times 3, which becomes 45. Which becomes 45. But this times 13. 5 times 13, which is that much times. So this is times 45. 45, I to get 15 per day. So there are 3 days, so 45. So here you end up having the answer as 6,075 rand. Then times 13. It's 78,973. Johnson pays each masters 1,000 rand for the weekend and 50 per massage. He needs to rent the room at Cape Town Stadium to perform these massages, which costs 4,800 per day. Calculate the total expenses and express the total income to total expenditure as a ratio in unit 4. Now we need, the main part is income expressed as a ratio to expenditure. So the income John pays each month, so he's spending. It's not earning. He pays that much for that and food per room. He needs to. So income will be, no, this is an expenditure, plus 50 times 45.
I think what I should do.
The income, we already have it in 2.1.4. Then here we are looking at the cost. We are looking at the cost. So one, he has to pay. It must choose how much? 1,000 for the weekend and 50 per massage. You see that? 50 per massage. Then he needs to rent a room at Cape Town Stadium to perform this. This is also a cost. This is per day. So we need to know how much cost is it. So the masseurs are 13 of them. They are 13. We need to sit down and look at that. 13. Remember 13, but each is expected to perform 15 sessions per day. There are 15 sessions per day. So 50 sessions per day. So 50 times 15. After doing that, times 15. $15,000 paid for the weekend. 50 times 15. This is per day, so 3 days times 3. This is 13,000 plus 50 rands times 15 times 3. This is 2,250. Plus, on top of this, after spending this much, he has to take a room for 4,000 per day. 4,800. This is times what? 3. So yeah, when you add up everything here, you end up having the money as 29,650 total cost. But they want you to express it as in form of income versus expenditure in unit form. So the cost is 29, and the other one is 78,973. Divide both sides by 1. We shall divide this 29. We divide through by 29 because we want 1. It's what meant by unit form. The unit form, it should start with 1 is to a certain number, which is 78,973 divided by 29,650. This is 1 is to 2,66. 2,66, which is approximately 2,3. 2,3. 2.2. HRM Domestic. HRM Domestic is a company that helps domestic workers to find jobs. They ensure that the domestic workers are not underpaid for the work they do. Income is based on hourly, weekly, and monthly rates. Workers work for 40 per week and 195 hours per month. You see that? Okay. So determine the value of C. When you look at the value of C, what you're going to do is to find out how did this come about. So there's a common factor that they did. So here we are going to say 143.55 divided by 859, times so when we pick this number here, you'll end up having the answer as 1043 rands, 55 divided by 8 times 19. So you'll find out the answer is 23 rands 19. The answer is 23 rands 19 cents. So the value of C is 23 rand 19 cents. $23.19. Then we go. Determine the percentage of increase in monthly income, round it off to one place, to one decimal place. All right, we are looking at for monthly income, increase in monthly income. So what we're going to do new, which is it will be this one here, 2002 minus the old one. So the new is 4,522 minus 37. Minus 3,722.55 divided by same number times 100. We get 800 over the 3,722.55 times 100. So here the answer we get it as 21. 21.49%. Stefik asks if she could work overtime to earn extra money. The person she works for agreed that she could work on Saturday for 200 per day for only 5 hours. Determine the hourly rate wage. So remember, you're paying, this is 200 for the day, but for only 5 hours. So how much will it be per hour? So we divide through by 5, and the answer becomes 40. This is 40 per hour. Yes, and now they're asking state whether she was paid correct wage per hour for the year of 2022. Remember, the money is supposed to be paid. The money was supposed to be paid. It's this one here. This is the money that we are looking at. All right, because 2022, that's what they are saying here, 2022. So we've just seen it that the value of C is 23.19. So this is valid, because you're supposed to be 19. So it's what? The answer is valid. Person gets 40 rands compared to 23 rands 19 cents that's supposed to be hourly. Okay, the claim is valid. Question number 2.3. 2.3, we look at this. The person works for Let's Park. He's a salesman who travels widely to advertise the products that Let's Park sells. He drives a 2018 Ford Ranger Bucky that has current value of 259,000. Question number 2.3, it says, calculate Mr. Navda's monthly fixed traveling claim. Monthly fixed traveling claim. Monthly fixed, now it is fixed traveling claim, but it's what? Annual. So monthly, what do you do? Remember, the car is worth 259,900. 200, 259,900. So they shall get the value there. The value we have, it's already annual, which is 76,033. We divide this by 12. And the answer, you get it at 6,336 and 8 cents. Mr. Navdivas is thinking of buying a newer model, which so we need to look for the value of D. The value of D. We are looking for the value. Calculate the missing value of D. It will represent Mr. Nadia's monthly expense. So what we're going to do here is the money that we are looking at is in cents. So here, these are cents. Here, these are rands. So we multiply by 100 to make them cents. Make them cents. Becomes then divide this by 1,500. You know the coins there were worth. Divide that by 1,500. Your value of D becomes 88.6. Mr. Nade decides not to buy the newer vehicle. It states that he could claim back 8,824 rands after the tax is deducted for his family travel allowance. It will be so this way we're going to look at this and we find out we've been given a formula which says monthly fixed travel claims plus the. So what are we looking for here? We are saying show by means of calculations whether the statement is valid. She says she's going to claim 8,824. How do you claim? We claim using this. So monthly fixed monthly fixed costs. Monthly fixed. Remember now the car is at 480. You come here 480, it's around this value here. So monthly is 130. One. Let's continue. I will look for the monthly fixed traveling claim. Remember, he claims that states that he could claim 8,825 after tax has been deducted for his on his monthly travel allowance. He will be taxed 25% of the actual amount that he can claim. So by that mean, sure, okay. So first and foremost, remember the car is worth 259. 259. So the car which is 259, what is its monthly fixed travel claim? So we shall come here. We shall write. 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 We shall write 6,336 plus. Remember the kilometers driven. It's 1,500. We saw that in the story here. We have that much. And when you come here, it says 259. 259 folds. 259 folds in this one here. So we took this value, divided it by 12. Fuel claim, these are going to be cents per kilogram, per kilometer. Also this cents per kilometer. So we shall need to claim that, and we see. Those are the values that we're going to use. Those are the values that we're going to use. So we shall say, so kilometers driven, you already see them as 1,500. So we shall say 1,500 times the fuel claim. The fuel claim is this one here, but those are cents. So which is 159.7 cents per kilometer. So it has to be in rand. So 159, so how do you change cents to rand? 100 plus 1,500, which is the distance traveled. 1,500 distance traveled times the maintenance claim. The maintenance claim is this one here, which is 56 cents, 30. Still, we divided this by 100 together. So we continue and we shall say 6,336.04 plus 1,500 times 159.7 divided by 100. So now we end up having, we get a 6,300, which we saw the monthly fixed amount, plus we're looking at what it's going to claim, plus the money you have in this bracket here, which is approximately 2,000. 1,000 times 159.7 divided by 100, you have 2,395, 50 cent. 1,000 times 56.3 divided by 100, you get 844.50 cents. So the claim we're going to see We add these values up. Don't leave a cent behind. Don't leave a cent behind. So we end up having 9,576 runs. 80 cents. So they remember they said tax is taken off. That's 25%. If you take off the tax, this could be times. I'm taking off the tax. How did I get 75? I took 100 minus the 25. This would be in taxes. So what do I remain with? I remain with 75. That's why I'm multiplying by 75 here. So the person has 7,182 and 6 cents. So it's invalid. It's invalid. All right, we look at question number 3. The top coffee producing countries around the world produce coffee for 500 billion cups of coffee per year. And next year B shows the top coffee producing countries and how many 60 kg bags of coffee they produced in 2020. Study the next year B and answer the questions that follow. This is how the next year will look like. Let's go to the questions. All right. Determine the range. Determine the range. Determine the range. We are looking for range. Okay. So simply meaning range equals to the highest value minus the lowest value. We've been doing this. So we shall go on to the next year. We look for the highest value and the lowest value. Remember, take note. The question says, determine the range of the top coffee producing countries from around the world, including the rest of the world. You understand? So the rest of the world, it's here. This is the rest of the world. Now we also need to include, but if they said countries only, then we would have taken the others apart from. So here we are looking for the highest value, which is this. This is the highest value, the biggest value, and the lowest value, which is this lowest value. So we subtract and we find out the answer. So our highest value is 64. So 63, 63,4. Minus 3,8. That was this is the range that we have. Okay. Question number 3.1.2. Determine the median of the top coffee producing countries from around the world. Now, take note. Here they didn't say including the rest of the world. Top coffee producing countries from around the world. So we shall eliminate. There is so when you hear median, what comes in your head? It's to arrange in ascending order. So 1, this is the lowest, followed by 2, which is this, 3, which is this, 4, which is that, India, 5, which is that. 5, which is that. Then we have 6. We have 7, 8, 9, definitely 10. We are going to, so there are 10 numbers. That means we're going to remain with 2 numbers in between, and we divide by 2. Okay, allow me arrange them. We said we have 4, followed by, sorry, we started with the wrong place. Let me see. So we said we have Peru, which is 3, 8, followed by a 4, followed by a 5, 6, followed by a 5, 7, followed by 6, 1, followed by 7, 3. Seven, 3, followed by 12, followed by the other one is 14, 3, followed by 29, and lastly 63, 4. It's not bad to count again and find out whether you have all the values. We're supposed to have 10 of them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wonderful. But we're looking for the median, the middle number. So since they are 10, we are going to remain with 2 numbers in between. So which I know, because 10 divided by 2, I remain with 5. So I'm going to remain with the 50 number and the 60 number. So all I need is to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are our numbers. So if you remain with the 2 numbers in between, what do you do? Add them up, divide by 2. So we're going to add our 6, 1 plus 7, 6, 1 plus 7, 3. We divide this by 2. 6, 1 plus 7, 3. Divided by 2, we end up having 6, 7. That was median. That was median. Let's go to the second question. The second question says, determine the interquartile range for the top coffee-producing countries around the world, including the rest of the world. Now, remember, you've already arranged your information. So now if you include the rest of the world, it's going to increase. Now it becomes 11. These are 11 values. Let's arrange again and say 3, 8, 4. We have 5, 6. Then we have 5, 7. We have 6, 1. We have 7, 3. We have 12. Then we have 14, 3. The rest of the world, it was 18. 18, 4. It comes in here. Then we have 29. At last, we have 63.4. So what do? We've been asked to determine the interquartile range. In your head, you know very well that interquartile range has to be the difference between the upper quartile and the lower quartile. So we shall find the median again. So since they're 11, the median has to be the sixth number. So we shall remain with 5 on one side, 5 on the other side. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the median. So the right-hand side, to determine the upper, we'll start from there. And the lower side, we'll start from there to this other side. So I'm here looking at them. We see that this will be our quartile 1. And this other side, we have quartile 3. So we shall say, question 3.1.3, interquartile range equals to Q3 minus Q1. So our interquartile range, we see upper quartile minus lower quartile, and we've seen that when we arrange, we get the upper quartile as 18, which is Q3. It's 18,4, and the lower quartile, we got it as 5,6. So what is the difference there? That's what we are trying to do. So it's 18,4 minus 5,6. The answer becomes 12,8. That is the answer there. Okay, 3,14. Which of the two countries represent the bottom 25 of the top coffee producing countries? The bottom, they're saying bottom 25%. Which of the countries, which two countries represent? So here we see the countries that have a value of 3,8 and 4. These are the two bottom countries. So we shall say, and they're saying which countries, so which two countries. So we shall say, we shall name them as Ethiopia and Indonesia. Sorry, it's Peru, and the 4, which is Mexico. So what does this statement mean? It simply means that the two countries are below the lower quartile, 25% are below lower quartile. All right. And the rest are the 75% above the lower quartile. All right. What type of graph is used to show the top? What type of graph is used to show the top? So what graph used to show graph? We can use graph because these are discrete values or continuous, categoric. Can use a bar graph. Continuous is for continuous we use histogram. Discrete we use a bar graph. We are looking at countries. A graph. Then pie chart would work also because the value is already in percentages, or they are sharing a whole. Show with calculations that the top 5 coffee producing countries produce an average of at least 74% of the world's coffee. So how are we going to prove this? Number one, we need to know what's the total that we're looking at. So we shall say, we add all the values that we are given from the annexure, add all the values we are given in the annexure, which will be 3,8 plus 14,3 plus 29 plus 5,6 plus 6,1 plus 7,3 plus 4 plus 18, 18,4 plus 63,4 plus 12. You add all the values and you end up having, you end up having 169,6. So out of these, we only look at the top 5. The top 5, when you add them, then 26, nothing divided by 169. Then let's multiply this by 100. And this answer becomes 74,29, which is approximately 74%. Okay. So we look at question number 3.2. Half a trillion cups of coffee are consumed per year throughout the world. European coffee drinkers consume most of the coffee produced, and Americans are second. Refer to the graphic representation on annexure C. Annexure C. Refer to the graphic representation on annexure C. This is how it looks like. And answer the question that follow. Which of the following options, X, Y, or Z, best describes the data process that was performed before representation? Could be drawn. Write down only the letter X. So here the answer is supposed to be, you know, the 5 arrangements, the 5, this is the answer here. The 5 steps that we do when we are doing data handling. All right. Can the data collected be classified as numeric or categoric? We can say it's numeric because it deals with what? Values. Can say it's numeric because it deals with values. Then we go. If the data was collected using a questionnaire, list 3 questions that could have been asked. Number 1, it was, do you take coffee? Because definitely you can't collect information from someone who doesn't take coffee. Number 2, let's look at the graph here. How often do you take coffee? You understand? That could be a question. The number 3, you said 3. How often do you take coffee in a day? From what time to what time? You understand? Yes. The other one would be straightforward. I think about the biography, whereby you would say gender. All right. So we go to question number 3.2.4. Describe the general trend of coffee intake for male in compulsion to female. So when you come here, we look at the annexure. What will you say? This one here square. It's this kind of. It's male. These are males and female. So we say between, you can say between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. Females take less coffee compared to, females take less coffee compared to, you understand? Whereas male take less coffee compared to, we are telling the trend, what is the change between the, whereas between 6 a.m., that I suppose after 6 a.m. to 9. Now men take less coffee. Male take less coffee. Male take less coffee. Okay. We go to 3.2.4. Explain with justification whether data presented is discrete or continuous. The data represented is discrete because it was obtained through counting. It's not measurable. Remember, continuous data that we can measure. All right, kilograms, height, weight, time, temperature, anything you can measure, the values that you get will be continuous. But then something you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is discrete. So that's my reasoning there. The data represented in the graph, and let's just see, comes from one specialized coffee brand in America. The survey was done while the customers waited for their coffee. Explain if this data is biased or valid for the whole country. No. First and foremost, it's biased. Why do we say it's biased? It's biased because it's based on one coffee brand, and it's in one country, which is America. This is definitely, we cannot base information according to America. America is not the whole world. You see? So it's biased. Why? It's looking at a specific place and a specific brand. Okay, question number 3.3, we say, many people are moving alternative of an additional and all right, we look at question number 4. Question number 4, which looks at what we call taxation, whereby some people find it hard to answer these questions, but let's try to answer them. Lelo is a 68-year-old woman who works for Andy Swat Traders. She is a CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the company, and she earns a gross salary of $37,480 per month. She contributes an amount of 2,614 rands, 88 cents, which is 2,614 rands, 88 cents towards her pension fund every month. So here we go. They're saying prove that our annual gross salary is 449,760. How do we prove that? Remember, they talked of annual gross income, which is the annual gross salary. So it will be the money she gets every month, which is 37,480. You multiply it by 12. That is when you're 2,614 rands. This one here. 2,614 rands, 88 times what? 12. Why am I multiplying by 12? Because this is already annual. Pension is monthly. So everything has to be annual. Minus 12 times 12 times 2,614,88, and we get the taxable income as 418,381,44. So that is the taxable income. Use an extra E, which shows the tax brackets and personal income tax contributions for 2022 and 2023 to determine how much tax Lelo paid monthly in 2022 tax year. So take note, we are looking at tax year of 2022. So even as when you're looking at the annexure, which will be this, the annexure, which will be this, we shall be looking at this year here. We shall use this one here because they're saying 2022. Monthly, we shall divide the final answer by 12. Okay, let's go and see. 8 marks. Take note of that. You already got the taxable income. Good. So you have to define which bracket before you continue. I'm doing question number 4.1.3. So I'll start by looking for the bracket. The person here which earns this much money, they belong to bracket number. They belong to bracket number 418. 418 will belong to this bracket number 3. So we shall use this other side to go on. This one here. This is what we're going to use. All right. So let's go back here. We shall. So we're saying bracket number 3. So what we're going to do is to pick this value here, 70,532 plus 31% of the taxable income above 337,800. All right. That's what we're going to pick. So we shall say, when we write down the bracket, 70,532 plus 0.31, open brackets, the money, the taxable income, which is up here, minus the money which was already in the bracket. And me are doing this, you put your money, your answer there. So we continue, we simplify, we get the values that are in. You subtract the value which is from this bracket here. We need the answer from this bracket. When you subtract 418,400, 18,381.44 minus 337,800. What answer do you get? So we end up having 80,581 rands 44. At this moment, pick it, put it in the calculator, the way it is. At that moment, you pick it, put it in the calculator, the way it is. So you end up having 95,512 rands 25 cents minus, this is when we apply the rebate. But remember, the person here is 68 years of age. They qualify for 2 rebates, which is the primary and the tertiary. And which year is it that we're looking at? We are looking at 2022 rebates. 2022 rebates. That's what we're looking at. So we shall have to look at that and they say, so the person is 68 years of age, 2 rebates, the primary rebate and the secondary rebate. We come here, we are looking at the rebates now. The rebates will be these ones here. Rebates are these ones here. So 2022. So if the person will qualify for 15,714 and 8,613. So we subtract those 2 because those are rebates. Had she got the medical credits, would also subtract them if they are provided on the table. So here we subtract the 15,714 minus 8,613. So we are looking for the final answer there. minus 15,714 minus 86. So here the answer becomes 71,105.25. What are we going to do? We divide this by 12 because they said they asked for monthly. They asked for monthly. Asked for monthly amount. The monthly amount is 5,932 rand 10 cents. This is the monthly tax paid in 2022. Or this was the monthly amount of money paid in 2022. Okay. We go to question number 4.1.4. 4.1.4. 4.1.4. So we look at question number 4.1.4. For it, it says, Bongiwe is a business owner and is 77 years old. Bongiwe earns a monthly gross income of 13,123 rands 28 cents. Lendo claims that Bongiwe paid tax in 2022, but is not supposed to pay any contributions towards personal income tax in 2023. Show using all calculations. Number one, take note of this. The money that you have here, the money you have, this money here, the money is what? The person earns it what? Monthly. They've not talked of pension, so we cannot say taxable income. This is the money the person earns. And one of the friends claims that the person is not supposed to pay tax. How are we going to prove that? Number one, make the money tax annual. So we shall do that. Multiply it by 12. This is 2013. That's what you're going to use now. Which becomes, this is the annual income. So without using calculations, you can also look at the threshold. Should the money be above or below the threshold, then the person is not supposed, the threshold is here, 2013. The person of that age is supposed, you see, the money that the person earns, it's below. So they're not supposed to pay tax, but we need to prove it that they're not supposed to pay tax. So this is the money the person earns in a year, 77-year-old. So we shall go and look for the bracket. Bracket. So we go to the bracket. Let's come to the bracket here. 2023. The bracket is this, so bracket number one. What do? We take 18% of the taxable income. So we shall say the person is in bracket number one. We take 18%, which is 0.18, or 18 over 100, times the money the person gets in a year. So this person here, the annual tax would be 28,346.28. What do? We subtract the rebate. So the person is 77 years of age. They qualify for 3 rebates. So we shall take the money minus the 3 rebates. Take note of that rebate. The rebates will be these ones here. We subtract this. Subtract that, subtract that, subtract that. Why are we subtract this side here? Because it's 2023 that we're looking at. So it will be minus 16,000. Minus 16,425 minus 9,000 minus 2,997. So we come here, we subtract that, and we say we subtract 16,425 minus 9,000 minus 2,970. Indeed, you see, the moment you get a negative number, it simply means because you can't pay negatives. A negative value, so they don't pay tax. This was question number 4.1.4. Yes, we look at 4.1.5, 4.1.5. 4.1.5, it tells us, 4.1.5, it tells us there is a certain value in bracket number 3, and they want us to show how this value was, show how the fixed amount of 73,726 in bracket 3 was calculated. Now, I usually tell my learners that these numbers are produced from the previous bracket. We are looking at bracket, this number here. How was it produced? If this number comes from bracket number 2, it's the maximum tax paid in bracket number 2 and it's the minimum tax paid in bracket number 3. Right, let's go and we see. So we shall write down the bracket number 2. Bracket, we shall write down this values for bracket number 2, which becomes is saying which is that much, 26%, comma. Now, which number goes inside here? It's the maximum value that you see in bracket 2. So this number here is the one that enters inside, and you subtract it from this one that it was found inside the bracket. So we say the maximum value there, it was 3 minus so we get the 40,680 plus 0.26 times. Get the bracket, subtract this, subtract these values there. You have the balance as that much. So put this in the calculator the way it is. Put it into a calculator the way you see it. And at the end, you have the final answer as that much. This is how we get the value for. It's a number from the previous bracket. That's how we get the values. All right, look at 4.2, question number 4.2. Finance. Marshall completed his studies and started a new job. He earns a monthly gross income of 14,935. He needs to buy a vehicle to drive to work and back daily. He would like to buy a small second-hand car from ABCD car dealership the car dealership that offers a finance on vehicles. He is interested in Hyundai 2013 model that is available at 79,000 cash. He can buy this car on credit, where he will have to pay a deposit of 10,000 and 60 monthly installments worth 1,985. The amount does not include insurance for the vehicle. Here we go. 4.2, write down the total amount that Marshall will pay or will repay for the vehicle if he decides to buy on credit. We are looking at the word total, which means you add everything up. So what we're going to do, we shall say, remember the guy has paid 10,000 plus the 60 monthly installments worth 1,985. So we say 10,000 plus 60 times 1,985. And the total amount of money the guy would have paid is 129,100. Okay. Okay, that is it. Then Marshall claims that he could have saved 40,000 if he buys the car for cash compared to buying it on credit. Evaluate this statement by means of calculations. Tell me whether this statement is correct. Now, this is so simple. What are we going to do? We shall take the money he has paid, the money he would have paid on credit, minus the cash money. Minus the cash money, which is approximately 40. It's 50,100. So his claim he claims that he could have saved more than. He could have saved more than. So definitely 50,000 is more than 40,000. But had he said he would have saved 40,000, then it would be incorrect. But then 50,000, it's correct. So the statement is what? Valid. Or you can say it's what? It's correct. Because of the word more than. Indeed, 50,000 is more than 40,000. Okay. A loan offer is available from Trust Bank. They offer a loan of 90,000 at an interest rate of 10% per annum, compounded quarterly. The maximum period of the loan is 36 months. Now, let's take a look at that. Marshall decides to take the loan over a period of 2 years, determine how much he would repay after 9 months. So it's not that confusing, but take note. It's 10% per annum compounded quarterly. That means the 10 is going to be divided by 4. You see that? 10 is going to be divided by 4 quarterly. All right. Then also these months, you can put them in quarters, but you don't need this. This will be 9 quarters, but we don't need this. We need to put these 9 months, the ones that are here, into the quarters. Why do we need to put them in quarters? Because it's going to be, the interest is going to earn, it's going to come in every quarter, every after 3 months. That's what they mean, simply mean. Now, in 9 months, how many quarters do we have? You could do that, which could give you approximately 3. It's approximately 2.5, which is 3. Because 9 months, we each quarter has 3 months, and 9 months are 30. So 3 times. Okay, so we are going to do 3 steps. Okay, let's come back to our scenario here. This is 10%. 10% divided by 4. Remain with the 2.5. So each quarter carries this much. So since it's in 9 months compounded, that means money is going to increase every. So what we're going to do is to do this, we shall take 100% plus 2.5% divided by 100. You understand? Because it's more like inflation. It's more like inflation. So here you get so you get your answer as 1.025. All right, let's come here. I think I will use this place here. Let's do question number 4.2. Right. We said the interest is going to be compounded quarterly. So since the 10% is annual, we find out each quarter what will it carry. It carries 2.5%. So we are looking at 9 months. We are looking at 9 months. How many quarters are in 9 months? We shall say 9 divided by 4. You end up having 2. Sorry, you end up having 2, yeah. 9 divided by 4, you end up having 2.25. 2.25. But when we use the common sense of hours, we say each quarter is 3 months. So how many 3 months do you have in 3? So there are 3. That's why I say we shall have to do 3 steps here. Okay, we continue now. We are going to perform calculations here on A. Marshall says to take a loan over a period of 2 years. Determine how much he would repay after 9 months. In 9 months, how much would he have paid? Yeah, so that's what they simply want you to do. So you have to know how many steps are you going to do. So I said the percentage is going to be 2.5%, which is for each quarter. So we found out that 9 months has 3 quarters. Yeah, 9 months has 3 quarters. So which will become 100% plus 2.5% over 100 equals to 1.025%. The reason why I do this is so simple for me. So here I will say of the steps that we need to do, the 3 steps. The first step has to be 1.025, the one that we've got from here, times the money. The money is 90,000. How much will it be? So here we multiply by that. Times 90,000. So at the end of the first quarter, it would have grown by 2,250. So we go to the second quarter, it grows compounded. So this becomes the third place that marks the 9 months. It will be that much. It should give us 96,920, comma. So these are the first 3 months, the second 3 months, and the other 3 months. All in all, they make it what? 9. Okay, this was question part A. Part B. Marshall is considering buying a new vehicle in a few years. He needs to take inflation into consideration. The expected inflation rate for the next 3 years is as follows. 2024 is 1.25, 2025 is 0.5, 2026 is 1.05. So annually in is currently at this much. Determine how much the 2023 price of Hyundai will be over the next 2 years, and whether it would be wise for him to wait. So now we are looking for the next 2 years, which is up to 2025. So it will be the price of 2023. What will it be in the next 2 years? So we shall say in 2024, the 139,800, the current month, it will increase by 1.2 over 100 plus so this will be the money by 2024, but they want us to go for 2 years. So we shall go to 2025. So the same money is going to increase by 0.5. So we shall come and say the money that was there in 2024, it will be expected to increase by 0.5 will be expected to increase by 0.5. Which would be which would be that. Instructions, please you go through them before you start. Always you have to go through them. These were the 4 questions and you have to answer all of them. Use the addendums as follows. The addendums were for questions 2.1 and 4.3, annexure A and annexure B, respectively. And number your answers correctly according to the numbering system used in this question paper. Start each question on a new page is an important instruction. Then you have instruction number 5. You may use an approved calculator, non-programmable, non-graphical, unless it is otherwise. Show all calculations clearly, especially for those questions that you take for granted. Round off all your final answers to 2 decimal places unless stated otherwise. Now, this was the instruction before. Now the instruction says final answers appropriated according to the given context unless stated otherwise. Indicate the units of measurement. That's if you're in paper 2. If there are meters, you indicate them. You understand? All right, when you read through the instructions, please make sure you understand them and follow them. Indicate the units of measurements where applicable. Maps and diagrams are not necessarily drawn on scale unless stated otherwise. Write neatly and legibly. Please follow this instruction also. So important because someone writes an 8, it looks like a 5. You can't easily tell. Definitely the answer will be wrong. All right, let's jump into the questions. Question number 1. Use the information below and the VAT as the percentage prescribed with South African Revenue Services to answer the questions that follow. Benzina in Copasano, a healthy mind in a healthy body. South African schools tax shop shows are now encouraged to sell fruits and other healthy products during breaks. Table 1 below shows some facts relating to Krugersdorp High School, KHS tax shop, which sells fruits at school during breaks and lunch times. Table 1, it's for the tax shop. All right, let's look at that table 1. It says 80 apples per box, and the person buys 7 boxes. 7 boxes are sold daily. Cost of 1 apple, it's this much. The selling price is this much. These are VAT inclusive. Profit on 1 apple, it's missing, which is A. What does the acronym VAT represent, and at what percentage is VAT calculated by South African Revenue Services, SARS? All right. So number 1, take note. They want us to give the meaning of this acronym. In other words, we're going to expand. What does it stand for? VAT stands for value added tax. And number 2, they're asking what percentage is it at calculated? Okay. Oh, is it calculated? All right. V, value. The A is added. And the T is the tax. The percentage is 15%. Thank you very much. Explain the meaning of a VAT inclusive price. This one it will depend on what you understand as long as it's in English. VAT inclusive price. Someone would say the price includes what? VAT. Someone would also say the price with what? VAT. Or the price already has VAT. You understand? Inclusive. If it was exclusive, simply meaning the price has no VAT, and we are expecting to add VAT. Determine the value of A, the profit of only 1 apple. Determine the value of A, the profit of only 1 apple. Remember, profit will always equal to selling price minus cost price. We shall come here and we see this is selling price of 1 apple. In other words, would be selling price per apple. Also here, this is the cost. Simply, they didn't put price, but it means it's a cost price. Together. So when they buy the apple from the market, they buy it at 1 rand 40 cents. And when they sell one, they sell it at 2 rands, VAT inclusive. So how do you get the profit? Profit will equal to the 2 rands they sell at minus the 1 rand 40 cents they buy at, and they make a profit of 60 cents. They make a profit of 60 cents. All right. Question 1. Question 1. Question 1. Question 1.1.4. Question 1.1.4, we are looking at calculate the percentage profit. We are looking for percentage profit that the KHS's tax shop makes on 1 apple. We are looking, in other words, we're looking for profit as a percentage. Remember, we've already got the profit up here. We have the cost price. Then you need to multiply by 100. So I'll do it here. I'll say 0.6 divided by the cost price, which is 1 rand 40 cents, times 100. I don't want to repeat this because this is a profit. I already have it here. All right, I'll substitute into the formula. Substitute into the formula. Profit becomes 42.86. Don't forget the percentage. All right, question number 2, it says, calculate calculate KS's tax shop daily profit. Calculate KS's tax shop daily profit as a percentage. We are calculating the daily profit from the sales of the apple.
Also, I should send them to your main class.
So now we want to know we need to calculate the profit that tax shop makes from the sale of apples. Remember, it sells 7 boxes a day. And each box has 80 apples. And each apple makes a profit of 60 cents. So in other words, it's 7 times 80 times 0.6. That's the money they make. All right. 1.2.2, sorry, 1.2. We look at graphs here. The year 2020 was challenging. The year 2020 was challenging one for Matric cadets due to COVID-19 pandemic, which they had faced during 2020 and 2021. Graph 1 below shows the enrollment of 2022 candidates who wrote the National Senior Certificate Examinations, the finals, in each province. Graph 2 below shows the pass rates per province in 2022. All right, here we have the graphs. Here we have the graphs. These are the graphs. And here are the questions. All right. Why is the above information represented by a bar graph instead of a histogram? Number 1, presented by a bar graph because it's discrete and not continuous. It's counted, not measured. Together, that's why we are using a bar graph. Another thing, it's like they are looking at particular province. It's not collective, but particular province. Then they talk of the reason why we are saying particular province because these are percentages. These percentages, when you add them all together, you don't add up to 100. So they look at the contribution per what? Per province. That's number 2. Here, when you look at these values, these are discrete values, number of learners. Can't have half a learner per. This is per province. Even here, it's provincial performance, but still per province. It's not as a whole. Either. So calculate the total number of candidates who wrote 2022 National Senior Certificate examinations. Write your answer in words. Calculate the total number of learners, total number of candidates who wrote 2022 National. All right, then let's come here. We shall look at this one here. Enrollment per province. So we need to know the total number of learners. So we're going to add we shall add this. We shall add these numbers here, please. I want to write them, but you can add them. Add these numbers. And the answer you get is 450,005. When we add all the numbers, we've got the number that is 450,005. So you have to write it in words. 50,000 and what? And 5 candidates. All right. Which province has the second highest number of candidates and has also achieved the second highest pass percentage in performance? Second. So we can start, let's say, the highest is this 1 followed by that. So this is second, which is what? GP. These other ones are low. Then we come down here, up here, let's see. Second highest, still. This is the highest, followed by that. So in other words, the second highest is what? GP. You can write it in full. You write Gauteng, and because in the question paper they didn't write it in full, you can also leave it like that. But it's supposed to be Gauteng province. All right, how many candidates failed in National Senior Certificate Examination in KwaZulu-Natal in 2022? Take note. Let's look at that. We shall look at the graph here. Where is KZN? Here we have KZN has the highest number of learners here. KZN has the highest number. Then you come here. This is the pass rate, provincial pass rate. How many passed? So 83.7% of the enrolled learners passed. So how many failed? That's what we are looking for. How many failed? We shall come here and we say, first and foremost, KZN had 101,153 learners being enrolled. Of these learners, 83.7% passed. So how many failed? In other words, you will take 101,153 learners minus the 83% of the same number of learners. This is percentage, put over 100. Please let it be in brackets. What answer do you end up having? This will have to be this much minus so this is 84,665, 061. All right. So we end up having here the answers. Because these are human beings, you can't have a half a person, means they were. This is the number of learners who failed. Then, if you don't want to do it this way, you would say 100%, remove those who passed, which is 83.7%. Whatever percentage remains, the percentage that remains is supposed to be for those ones who failed. Either those ones who failed. So 16.3% did what? Failed. So it's supposed to be 16.3 over 100 times you'll get the answer as 16,487.94. We can't have a comma past one, which is 16,488. Failed. You pick which method works best for you. All right. 2.1. Individuals and companies with bank accounts are allowed to request statements on their accounts, mostly weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Weekly, meaning every week, monthly, every month, quarterly, every after 3 months, because quarterly, not 4 months. So quarterly, in other words, we're saying in the 12 divided by 4, get what? So every after 3 months, you can get a bank statement when you request it. Okay. Timber Bank savings account statements for period of 9th of September 2022 to 16th September 2022 is shown in annexure A. We shall go there and see annexure A. Annexure A. This is the addendum. Annexure A is here. Annexure A is there. Then simply meaning write down the account number of the account holder, right? Write down the account number and name of the account holder. So we need two things. It's 4 marks. We go there. We are looking for the account number. Yeah, we are looking for the account number. Here we go. The account number is here. Account number is there. The name of the client is this much. So those are the two answers that we need there, which will be account number is 848181976. Then account name, you say it's Mr. A. Account name of the account holder, Mr. A. Right. Let's go there and we see. It's true. Yes. This is the address for the business. This is the address of the customer, the account holder. The details, the ID of this one here, client number, that is it. All right, there we go. So they say determine the total number of transactions made on this account. Transactions. Total number of transactions made on this account. Total number of transactions made on this account. We have this is a transaction. It was a payment. There's a purchase here. The transaction, transfer, payments made, credit card. Okay, this is also a transaction. The credit card took the money, insurance again. There are two items. The insurance. Then the bond, insurance again. Three insurances. Prepaid water. It's this much. Car repayment. the prepaid water fee, bank charges, I think. Eh? Also a transaction. Is it a transaction? They are making, okay. So here we have the transactions are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13 transactions. There are 13 transactions. In transactions. Transactions when money leaves, or money when the money leaves the account. Yes. Okay, we can ask ourselves, what is a transaction? Transaction means any debit or credits on the account. So simply meaning any money that goes out, any amount of money that goes out, or any amount of money that goes out, or the money that comes in. So simply meaning we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So there are 17. There are 17 transactions. Okay, determine the probability of choosing a transaction made on the 15th. Transaction made on the 15th. We shall come here, count for 15th. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So transaction made on the 15th, sorry, 15th. We count them, right? So we said we count. We count the transaction. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So there are 10 transactions done on this day. So what's the probability? So the probability will have to be 10 out of 17. 10 out of 17. Anyone, also the person, remember we count first transaction we made 13. So also someone who has according will also be right, right? So 10 divided by 17, 10 by 17, you end up having 0, 0.8, sorry, 0.59. Together, those ones who divided by 13, you have your transaction at 0.77. All right. Calculate the total amount of all the TUIB transactions made on this account. Let's go to the account and identify those transactions. We are identifying, we have 1 here, 2, 3, 4. And now we go to the amount. We have that, we have that, and we have that. All right, there we go. And this one is there also. So we are going to add this. We are adding the 20 rand plus 2,400 plus 1,000 plus 600. So we shall come here. We are saying we are adding 20 rand plus 2,400 plus the 1,000 plus 600. And this is approximately 3,000. Sorry, 4,000. 4,020 rand. 4,020 rand. £4,020. The amount holder owed the bank a certain amount on a particular day. Identify the amount that the account owner owed the bank. Let's come to this. Let's look here critically. These are the amounts that we have. These are the amounts that we have. But take note of this. The person had 34 rand, 31 cents in their account, and they made a purchase of 63 rand 98. Simply meaning the bank used, okay, she paid this, but it was not, it never made to 63. So the bank, the reason why we are saying this was the money, because it has a negative there. Look at that. So the amount is supposed to be 29 rand 67 cents. Calculate the total amount deposited into this account during this period of the statement. Deposited. So here are the deposits. These are the deposits. We have that much, that, and that. The salary is 0, 7, 8, and 9. These are the monies that are coming in. So they told us to look for the total amount deposited. So we are going to add everything up, which is 3,800. Sorry, 382 14 cents plus 22,695 rands 98 cents plus 191 rands 7 cents, and the money added up to 23,206.69 19 cents. What percentage of the total amount deposited into the account was paid towards the Western bond? They are asking what percentage of the total amount deposited of this amount, how much was paid to the bond. So you have to go back to the annexure here. The bond is here. You see? Of the answer we've got there, what percentage does this contribute? So we're going to say the bond is 5,569 5,569 rand 75 cents divided by divided by the total number because you're looking for the percentage, multiply by 100. So 5,569 90 cents, sorry, 75 cents divided by 23,269 19 cents times 100. So the percentage there is 23. Calculate the pre-water fee on the 16th. Let's go and we check there. Now, when you look at the statement clearly, we shall look at the statement, the values that are in and the balances. For example, balance brought forward, the amount of money that's the statement. It was, it is, let me see. It is 54 rands. Then what happens? They come and pay off the 20. I mean, of the 54 rands minus the 20 rands, we remain with this. Why do we subtract? This is a debit. The money is going up. This side, money goes out. This side is the money that comes in. Credit, money coming in. All right, into the account, credit. Then money going out, it's what? Debit. Money going out is debit. Money going out is debit. So we shall say this. Take another critical note here. 382.14 cents. This came in. It found the 29 rand 67 cents. This was already a negative. That simply means when this money comes in, they will subtract off the 29. Why? Because this was any negative. This is a negative number. Negative number. So we remain with 350, you understand? So now here we are, this transaction here. What will be the amount? Now take note. That means this number here was subtracted from this and they got this. So what is the number? So I'll call this A, I'll call this B, I'll call this C. You see that? Simply meaning A minus B gives me C. A minus B gives me C. Why am I subtracting? Because the B is on the side of the debit. It's going out. A is the balance, the money where they're going to subtract the B to give us the balance, which is C. So we go on and we say, so simply meaning because we're looking for the value of B, it will be B will equal to A minus C. So we shall say 6,200 5 rands 48 cents minus 6,204 rands 38 cents. Subtract that and we see you end up remaining with 1 rand 10 cents. So the value of our B is 1 rand and cent. So here we shall say balance 1, the balance before subtraction of water, minus the current balance after subtraction. Which gives us the money as 1 rand 10 cents. 1 rand 10 cents. Yes, here we look at this and it looks at municipal values and what water. The person wants to install a water tank, collect rainwater. Study the quotation below and answer the questions that follow. All right, this is the information that we are looking at. This is the information we are looking at. This is the information. Then let's look at the questions. Yeah, Mr. Jeremy found out that the installation would take 2 hours. It will take 2 hours, 35 minutes on the first day, and 1 hour, 54 minutes on the second day. That means it's going to take 2 days to install this tank. Then the person has a total budget of 7,800 to buy and install the water tank. Verify using calculations whether his budget will be sufficient. Sufficient simply meaning, will it cover everything? Will it be enough? The 7,800, will it be enough for the installation? Let's analyze this. Go back to the information. The information says definitely he has to buy a tank, and the tank is at 6,479. Extra equipment and material, that stands at 971.85 cents, and labor per hour or part thereof. Part thereof simply means now this is labor per hour, part thereof, simply meaning should someone work for 1 hour and 15 minutes, this will be considered to be 2 hours. The 15 minutes will also be taken to be full hour because the person has already exceeded 1 hour. Should the person work for 2 hours and 45 minutes, still this will be considered what? 3 hours, even though they never made to 3 hours. Why? Because of this word thereof. All right, part thereof, part thereof, together. So let's look at that that logic there. So we've looked at the amount he's going to pay. So here we shall say he has to buy the tank, which is 6,479. He has bought the tank. On top of that, he has to buy extra equipment that we've just seen and material, which is worth 971 rands 85 cents plus the labor. Now, let's analyze this labor. 2 hours and 35 minutes on the first day. Simply meaning, remember what I've just told you, that our part thereof. So these ones will be 3 hours. There's no compromise. Then we have 1 hour and 54 minutes. These ones will be 2 hours. And all in all, he has worked for 3 hours plus the 2 hours. So the person has worked for 5 hours. So we shall say 5 hours times 64.99. So he ends up having 7,775.80 cents. So they said, verify using calculations whether his budget will be sufficient. Don't forget to conclude it. We shall say it will be what? Sufficient. Why am I concluding? They told us verify. Number 2, yeah, they told us to verify whether his budget will be sufficient. Indeed, it's what? Sufficient. Look at question number 3. That is finance. And we look at question number 3. Question number 3, when I'm here looking at it, you see, yes, we have values, but this takes us, because these are a number of calculators. Gauteng Department of Education bought such scientific calculators for all its education districts. The distribution of calculators among these districts represented in the table below. The number of calculators distributed. They are here for grades, grade 10, 11, 12, 8, and 9. The districts are down here as you see them. Together. All right, now they ask you, how many education districts received calculators? Definitely you're going to count this, but don't repeat a district. Together, but no district is repeated. When you count these districts here, when you count these districts here, when you count the districts, we shall say, you just count them. Ne? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Please don't miss this. Don't miss these marks because you just think these are 20. You write 20. Count. There are 15 districts. All right. Determine the total number of calculators bought by Gauteng Department of Education for grade 9. Number 1, we shall come here, look for Gauteng. We shall know, okay, Johannesburg is in Gauteng, but we are looking, they said Gauteng. Gauteng Department of Education for grade 9. Total number of the Gauteng Department of Education board. Okay, we shall add everything up for grade 9 because it says the Gauteng Department of Education board scientific calculator. So we shall come to grade 9. We add all the numbers. Add all the numbers. All right. Then when we add, we shall add all these numbers. You see grade 9 here because it represents all Gauteng Department of Education. We are looking at the numbers of calculators that were given to grade 9. So we add all those values, determine the total number of calculators bought by the Gauteng Department of Education for grade 9. So when you add all those numbers, you end up having this much number, which is 125,619 calculators were bought. All right, name the district that was allocated the third lowest number of calculators for grade 12s. Third lowest. So we shall come to grade 12s. We look for the lowest value. When you look critically, the lowest value is 1,000. This is the first lowest value. You scroll down. And you scroll down, you come, you find the 2,000, which is the second lowest. So from 2,000, you're either looking for 3,000 or the next lowest. So we have 4,000. Here we have 4,899 and 4,561. So we shall say the answer here became Johannesburg. Johannesburg West with the third lowest number for calculators. 3.4. Is the data represented in table 2 above continuous or discrete? Definitely, my friend, never look behind the moment you see such numbers where there are no commas. The data becomes discrete. Explain your answer. Calculators are countable. They are not measured. All right. For data to be continuous, it has to be measured, or the data will have commas. For it to be discrete, the numbers here, the data has to be what? In whole numbers, no commas. Here we have commas or decimals. So in our information that we have on top here, we have no commas. Look at all these are whole numbers together. So it's discrete because they're whole numbers. It's discrete because the data or the calculators we are looking at are whole numbers. Determine the mean number. Determine the mean number of calculators bought for grade 10 learners in Johannesburg district. We are looking at Johannesburg district. So simply meaning we shall only look at Johannesburg district, like Johannesburg, Central, East, North, South, and West. Johannesburg. We are not looking at Gauteng. So we are here. We are looking at this section here. So if you look at this section here, grade 10, wonderful. So we are going to add this plus that, plus that, plus that, plus this. Why am I adding only this? Because they start with Johannesburg. Johannesburg. Okay, let's go there and we add. So we said we shall add 8,000 plus the 6,000, but 6,000 appears. 6,000 appears 3 times, so multiply it by 3 plus the last one, which is 5,000, which is 5,000. Afterwards, I will divide by, how many have I added? I will divide by 5. I'll divide by 5. So because there are 5, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6,000 I'll multiply by 3 because it's added 3 times. I don't want to waste time. Okay, so I have 8,000 plus 18,000 plus the 5,000. I get 31,000. I divide by 5, which is 6,200. We are looking for mean. Add all the numbers and divide by the number you've added. Use the number of calculators column for grade 11 and answer the following question. Determine the first quartile, lower quartile, third quartile, which is Q3. Thereafter, subtract Q1 from Q3. What is the answer? I'm here seeing Q1 and Q3 and they tell me to subtract. This has to be in my head that we are looking at what we call the interquartile range, which will always be upper quartile minus lower quartile. So this is the concept that they were telling you to name the concept calculated in question. So it's interquartile range. All right. Now it's 6 marks. Together. How do we get these values? We shall need to rearrange the values. Let's go and we rearrange. All right. The question wants us to get the quartile 1, quartile 3. We subtract them. For grade 11 column. So these are the ones. Now the trick here is one. First and foremost, before we look for these quartiles, we need to rearrange the work, the values, the data here from smallest to biggest. Now when I look through these numbers here, the smallest value is this, so it becomes 1, followed by this becomes 2. From 2000s we go to, we have a 4, 4,800. Okay, this will be 3. Is there any other 4,000? No, we go to 5, 5,900, 5,800, 5,900. So this becomes 4. This is 5. We have a 6 here. Oh no, man. No, 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 no. Yeah, this becomes 4. 5, 6, 7. We have 8. We have a 9, 10, 11. This will be 12, 13, 14. This is 15. So in that order. So it's easy for us now to arrange. Allow me use the whiteboard. So we're saying the smallest value there, it's 2,000. Followed by 2,700. Followed by 4,800. We have 5,000. We have 5,800. 5,900. 5,900. Then we have 6,000. We have 6,500. 6,500 twice. 6,500 twice. Then we have 6,800. Then we have the 7,000. We have the 8,000. 8,500. And we have 11,200. So let's count and see. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4, 13, 14, and 15. So there are 15 numbers. All right. Now, of these numbers, we shall first look for Q2. Because remember, Q1 has to be on the left and Q3 is on the right-hand side. So Q2 will tell which was the left and which. Now, these are odd numbers. So they are 15. Definitely, we are going to remain with the middle number. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 15 divided by 2, remain with 7,5. So this simply means this data is going to have 7 values on the right-hand side and 7 values on the left-hand side. You see that? So in between, this will be the median, which is Q2. So we need to count 7 values on the left, 7 values on the right. So we say 1, 2, 7 already here. So this number, this one here, it's the Q2. So the right-hand side will start from here, it will end here. The left starts from there, it ends here. Still, since you're looking for Q1, it will be the median on the left-hand side. So this, since this is the left-hand side, we look for the median on this side. So still, if there are 7 numbers, simply meaning we shall remain with 3 numbers on one side and 3 numbers on the other side. So the middle number becomes Q1. So our Q1 is 5,000. So this is the right-hand side, starting from here, coming this side, right-hand side. So we shall remain with also one number in between, which is what? 7,000. So our upper quartile is 7,000. And they said subtract Q1 from Q3. So Q3 minus Q1, which will be 7,000 minus 5. 2,000. The answer becomes 2,000. This is question 3.6a. You arrange the numbers, look for the median on the right and median on the left. All right, we go to the second question. We look at question number 4. Question number 4 says Mrs. Kashengi regards the top 10 grade 12 learners every term by making them by taking them to different restaurants. Skumuzi restaurant offers a special dumpling combo with fruit juice for 60 rand. The dumpling don can either be white or brown. The meat filling can be chicken, fish, steak. Juice is either ginger or orange. The tree diagram below represents the different choices for this special offer. Type of dumpling it's there, meat, juice, and outcomes. All right. I'm here looking at the, if you're to answer such questions and you find out that you have a missing number like this, please look at this next, because this one, something is missing here. This one already has this. So simply meaning this is what? Fish. Together. Then another one is here. This one is missing. But where is it coming from? It's a combination of this, this, and this, which is W, S, then G. Then when you look at this critical, look at this. They've been shared. All these are ginger, orange, ginger, orange, ginger. So this can't be any other, but it will be what? Orange. Can't be any other, but it will be orange. It will be orange. It will be orange. Okay, it's coming. Write down the missing information for, just seen this, as I was telling you. We said A will be fish, B, it will be orange, and the last one is the outcome, which is white dumpling with steak and ginger juice. All right, just see it here. Okay, determine how many different combinations from which a person can choose. So we just count them here. They're already here. Let's count, and you see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So the possible outcomes are 12. What? Combination. Write down the probability of randomly choosing a combination that will have steak as meat and ginger as a beverage. Now we are looking for SG. Wherever we see SG, because they never said white or brown, but we are looking for SG. What's the chance that we see that? So we come here and we count SG, 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 SG. We have 1 SG. We have also 2 SG. So out of the possible outcomes, they are 2 out of 12, which is the same as 1 out of 6. One out of 6. All right. Okay, determine the weight of 30-week-old fowl that is in 20th percentile. 20th. So they are telling us we are determining the weight of the 30-week-old fowl that is in the 25th percentile. So 25th percentile, it's this line here. The age of the fowl is 30. So we shall need to come through a straight line here like this. Then when weight touches 25, you come and read this side here. So this is so it's 2,500. These are in grams, which is approximately 2. Explain what it means if a false weight is classified as 70th percentile. It means 75% of the other poles are below. Below its what? Its weight. Or 25% are above its weight. Miss Error for 40 weeks old, write down its age in months if they are 4 weeks in a month. So 40 divided by that is a 10 months. So Mr. Fall, Mr. Wonder for weighs 4.5 kg at 45 weeks. Determine which percentile ratio. Which age? It's at 45 weeks, 4.5. So shall come here, 45 weeks. Then when does it touch? So it's on the 90th. So 90th. 90th percentile. Give an advisory. Should wash. They should watch what they feed it. All right. Our last question looks to come to an end because seems to come to an end, and it's a 50 years old madam. This was the equivalent, and so now this is tax that we are looking at. Here we go. The tax is already, sorry, the money we have here, it's monthly. Analyze that. It's already what? Taxable. So you don't need to look for taxable income for the year. During the year 2021 to 2022, the tax year. During this time, Mr. Muslim was a member of a medical fund for himself, his wife, and 2 children. Keep this in the head. These are 4 people on the medical credit. Remember, we said medical, we call them medical tax credits. Okay, use annexure B. We shall look at annexure B soon. Annexure B is this one here. Annexure B, taxation. Annexure B, taxation. All right, we look at that and we see. It says, determine Mr. Shishenga's annual income, taxable income. Remember, here we have monthly. So we shall have the answer as 35,357 rands times 12. Why by 12? Because we are looking for annual taxable income. And the person ends up having 424,284 rands. This is the, so you're saying sure with calculations that Mr. Shisheng will receive 13,344 in the medical tax credits. Remember, medical tax credit will depend on the number of people that are on medical credit. So we have 4 people who are on medical aid. So we shall go to the annexure there. Let me show you what we're going to do. Since there are 4, we are looking at this. So simply meaning the first member, he has to pay 320 plus the next person also pays the same. The rest, they will pay 240, 200 and 224. So now take note, the main payer himself, the wife, and the first child, the 4th child. So this is the same as 664 plus 448. This is monthly. We need to find it to become what? Annual. Multiply by that much. Indeed, we have the answer as calculate the amount of tax Mr. Shane must pay. So tax, we already looked at the annual taxable income, which is 424,284. Ask yourself, where does it fall? Which bracket is it? Which bracket? Which bracket is it? Let's go and check the bracket. So it's in bracket number 3. So you write down this. Bracket number 3. Say we write down the number, which is 70,332 plus open brackets into, now we will take this inside the brackets, minus the value which is already in the bracket, which is 33,000. Sorry, 337,800. Simplify this, put it in your calculator the way it is. Minus the rebate. This one was 50, so you can equal that's for primary, which is 15,714. So for each month, first one will pay 6,000 and the 2 rands, 34 cents. All right, question number 1, it talks of a generator. It's a useful device that can be used to provide an alternative source of energy, source of electricity during a power outage. Shown below is a picture of a generator with different payment options. So we have cash, 2 is hire purchase, and 3 is credit. You can buy it on credit together. Then we go give 2 payment options for this generator. We said we have cash. You can also call hire purchase. So define the term hire purchase. Hire purchase, when you look at it, one pays a deposit. So hire purchase has a deposit and the remaining money is paid in installments. The remaining Remaining money is paid in installments. Right, then we shall say hire purchase one pays a deposit and pays the remaining amount. Is the remaining amount in installments. Pays the remaining amount in installments. Rather the interest rate. If the generator was bought at higher purchase, we go back to our table here. The interest rate is this one here. Interest rate. So we need to write this value here. So we shall write it, and it's rather the interest rate, it's the same as 14.75%, or some, even though one wrote this to be okay. Okay, the total cost that the generator will be sell. Let's come here. Here we go. We have this much, and we say installment. It's 1,006 rands per month for 12 months. This includes already interest. So we shall say 1,006 times 12, which gives you 12,072 rands. All right, here they're telling us, this one, they're telling us a 12%, 12.5% discount is given on the cash price. Look at the amount of discount given if the generator is purchased for cash. We come back here, we check for cash. Cash is 10,999. So we shall come back down here. We shall say 12.5 over 100 times 12.5 over 100 times 10,999. Check out and you see the answer there, which is 1,374 rands 88 cents. That's the money one will get. Name the type of interest charged on hire purchase. When you remember very well, hire purchase interest is simple interest. 1.1.2, it asks us arrange in ascending order the percentage change in price. Ascending, I want you to remember ascending. This is when we start with from smallest value and we go up to the biggest value. This is when we start with the smallest value to the biggest value. All right, this is the percentage change. This is where we are. So what's the smallest value? This is the smallest value, followed by this, followed by that, followed by this, followed by, this is 10 comma, we have 10 comma, then followed by this, followed by that. At last we have this much. So if you write it in descent, don't forget, put the signs there of negative 17.4, followed by negative 6.7, followed by negative 1.1. We have a 10, We have 42.7. Then we have 90.1. And at last we have 122.2. That's the ascending order. Identify the third most expensive item in 2022. So 2022 is this. We identify the third most expensive item. So we start, which one is the most expensive? It's this one here. Followed by that one. Followed by this. We only need 3 of them. So with the third, it's the sport. The sports skirt. Remember, the reason why I'm writing this is because they say identify the third most expensive item. They didn't say price. So you can't put the price there. All right, let's say calculate the difference in prices of a cap bought in 2022 compared to 2021. The moment you hear difference, what comes in your head, it has to be subtraction. You will need to subtract. So we get the values in 2022 minus the values in 2021. So this will be, we are looking at the difference of the cap bought. So here, this is the cap that we are looking at. So we shall take this value here minus this. And the answer you have it as 81 rand 50 cent. Here we go. Determine the total cost for a school sport uniform in 2021. That means we're going to add all these prices here. Sport school uniform 2021. So let's start. We start with 269. 269.70 cents plus, 200 267.92 cents. 267.92 cents plus 214 rands 70 cents 17 plus 248 rands 70 cents plus 267 267 plus 87 rand 75 cents. We have 48 rand 58 cents and 89.95 cents. And when you add everything up, the answer is 1,224.85 cents. Okay, they tell us to give one other item not listed in the hockey table that John's daughter might need in order to play for the school team. One, we have what we call the helmet. You can say that. Then they never talked of the famous tool there, which is the hockey stick. They never mentioned of the disc they play with. They never mentioned of the shin games. We call them the shins. The shins, you might talk of the mouth guard. They said one, I'm giving you an option. Mouth guard. I'm giving you options. Mouth guard. They never talked of the gloves. Gloves can also be used. Any of this, it's fine. You'll get your mark. 1.3, it talks of the line graph below shows the official and expanded unemployment rates for 2021 for all provinces in South Africa. The expanded unemployment rate includes the statistics of unemployed persons not looking for employment or trying to become self-employed. The total labor force includes all those who are employable, including the unemployed. All right, there we go. Right on the province with the highest expanded unemployment rate. The highest expanded. Look at that. We have expanded is this one. We go through all these numbers and we find out it's this number here. So which province is it? It's the EC, which is the Eastern Cape. Then, which province has the smallest province with the smallest difference between the official unemployment rate and the expanded unemployment rate? When you just I'm here looking at this graph here, you follow. You see, there's a gap here. There's a gap. It expands a bit. It keeps on expanding. This is too much. You look at that. Then we have this. Then we have this also. So the gaps in between. So definitely this is the one with the lowest. Either. So the province here is going to be the Western Cape. The Western Cape. Either. Determine the province. Determine which province represents the model official unemployment rate. We come here, remember model simply meaning the number repeating itself. Here we don't have any numbers that repeat themselves. It could have been these two here, but one is 4 and the other is 7. So we end up saying none. The total labor force for Free State is this much in 2021. Calculate the number of officially unemployed people in Free State. So officially unemployed, we shall come here official. Look for Free State. This much percentage, 35.6%. So you come down here, 35.6% times 918,000. And you'll end up having 326,800. And these are the table. All right. Let's look at question number 2, which talks of the roadside tours and travel agents made a booking at a guest house for 36 work colleagues to attend a conference in Uppington. The guest house offers rooms with 2 beds and 4 beds for accommodation. The next year shows an invoice that roadside tours and agents received from the guest house. The total amount for accommodation and meals were paid for in advance. All right, let's write down here. Write down the address of the guest house. We need to go to the addendum. So the address is this one here. The address will be this one. So we go back here and write. The address is 125 Boys Street. 125 Boys Street, Uppington. Then the accommodation cost includes 15% VAT. Determine excluding VAT the price of a person a night in a 2-bedroom. So we come back to we are here now. These are 2 nights, but per person, everyone pays how much? 900. This is a price per person per night. So this is the money that we're going to take. Let's go there and we see it's 900, but we need to exclude VAT. So if we are excluding, we divide by 1,15. The answer becomes 782 rands, 61 cents. Another method you would have used, it would be 900 times 100 over 115. Still get the same answer. Would still be right. Look at the missing value of C. The total for 4-bedroom. So all we are going to do, let's go to the next year and we shall analyze. Look at this. We already have the total. So simply meaning when you add all these values here, it should give you 75,040 rands. So what's the value of C? So the value of C value the value of C will equal to 75,040 rands minus the total of all these 28,800 plus 5,760 plus the 64, sorry, the 6,408. And the value of C became 34,000. That's a value of C to max. All right. So the value of C determine in simplified form, the number of guests booked in two bedrooms to the number of guests booked in 4 bedrooms. We do not know these numbers. But we know the cost. So what are we going to do? We shall go to the next year and we find out. Let's go to the next year, we find out. The next year says 2 nights, 900 per person, and they paid this much. So how many guests were here? So all we need to do, we shall say, in the two bedroom, they paid 28,800. So we need to know how many people were there. So we shall need to divide by, remember there are 2 nights. If they paid this for 2 nights and each person is paying 2 times 900, how many people are there? We need to divide. So 20. So these were 16 people. So in the 2 bedroom, we have 16 people. Remember, there were 36. So if in 2 bedroom we have 16, what about in the 4 bedroom? So we shall say, it's also, remember we said it's that much divided by, how much is a 4 bedroom? Per night, it's 850. But people are going to spend there. People are going to spend there 2 nights. So we need to find out how much. So we shall say 2 times 85. Do that for me. They are 20. So in 4 bedroom, we have 20 people. So what is the ratio? So here, what's the number that can reduce this? By 4, remain with 4. By 4, you remain with 5. That's how we do it. So the ratio there was supposed to be 4:5. 4:5. 4:5. I repeat, we shall get how many people stayed in the 2 bedroom. Remember, the 2 bedroom people paid 28,800, but each person is paying 900 one night. So they're going to stay there for 2 nights. That simply means they're going to spend 1,800. So how many people are there? It gives us 16. So having got 16, yet they booked for 36 people. So if you subtract 36 minus 16, you get 20. That means in the 4-bedroom, there are 20 people together. So that means we need to do 16 is to 20. Where is the 20 coming from? These are the number of people in the 4-bedroom. How did we get them? We first got the one in the 2-bedroom, and the remaining have to be in the, because they booked 2 types, two, two, two bedrooms and the 4 bedrooms. So those are the types. This simply means each room, these rooms had 2 beds, whereas these ones had 4 beds. Okay, so we need the simplest. So we divide it through by 4. We get 4. The same number divided by 4, you get 5. That's how we got our ratio. That's how we got our ratio. Then they say two work colleagues who booked 2 beds was cancelled as follows. One cancelled at 11, while the other cancelled at 3. While the other cancelled at 3. So we are going to calculate this according to the conditions on the conditions on the next chapter. Their meal cost will be fully refunded, while accommodation costs will be refunded according to the conditions on the cancellation stated in the annexure. The tour operator stated that the refund would be less than 2,500. All right, let's check and see the annexure. Now, there are 2 people who were in this category here. So first and foremost, we're going to remove their food. So if you have to remove their food, 2 people, lunch. So 2 people, so we shall say 80 times 2. 80 times 2, which is 160. That's for lunch together. Then dinner, we shall also do the same, which is 90 times what? 2. We need to remove that. 1,800. But remember, they were going to stay there for 2 nights. 2 nights. So again, we need to multiply this by 2. We need to multiply this by 2. So we come here and we say 160 times 2, which is 320, plus 180, which is what? 360. We put it aside as 600 and what? 8. This is for males. All right. Now let's tackle accommodation. So for meals, we see it's this much. So accommodation says 25% of the accommodation cost if the booking is cancelled before in time on check-in date. So the check-in date was, the check-in arrival time was 2. So one person cancelled before this, and they would be departing tomorrow. After their excursion, they will depart at 10. That day when they will be departing. So we shall look at this and we say 25% of the accommodation, which is 900. 0% of accommodation cost if the booking is cancelled before the cancellation will attract the following charges, which will automatically be debited to the tour operator's account. So here they need 25% of that money, which is 200. So this is for the 2 nights. Which is 450. There's the other one cancelled out at 3, the time after. So times 900. So we added up the money for accommodation, which is 1,800. We added the money for the meals. This is what we get. This is what we get. So the claim says it will be less than, indeed, because we've got the money as. So this is less than. So the statement is correct. The statement is correct. 2.2. Someone has a business of refurbishing cars and they sell them. They buy accident cars, they panel beat them, and they sell them. Here they're asking you, calculate the total cost for buying and refurbishing the accident damaged car. They say showed below are different costs incurred to refurbish the accident car. The model Renault bought, they bought it at what? 50,000. So you come down here, right? 50,000 plus these costs for refurbishing. When you add all this, add all this money, you have 76,132 rands, 50 cents. $76,132, 50 cents. All right, that's what we do. Nelly normally sells the refurbished cars at 65% of the cost of a brand new similar model. The cost of a brand new similar model car is 145,900. Nelly says that he'll make a profit of more than 20,000 when he sells the refurbished car. Verify showing all calculations. Now remember, we are looking for profit. What comes in your head, we are looking for profit. So if you're to look for profit, what has to come in your head? You look for income minus the expense. How much have I spent? So the income, they said the income will be 65% of the 65% of the car, the new price. So we shall look for the 65, but here we are looking for income. So income will equal to 65% times 100. So the income here is is 94,835. So the expense or the cost you said is 76,120, 132, 50 cents. So we are going to subtract the two. Subtract the two values. So the value that they get is 18,000. So okay, more than. So the statement becomes what? Invalid. It's not more than 20,000. It's not more than 20,000. Look for the income. This is the income. The cost, we already got it here. When you subtract the 2, you don't get 20. This is the profit. Yes, it makes a profit, but it's not 20,000. They tell us Nelly invests 15,000 of his total profit in the bank, which offers him the following interest rates. The first interest rate is 6.25% interest rate compounded annually for the first year, and an interest rate of 6.95% compounded annually for the second year. Okay, the total interest Nelly has. What I'm going to do, I will look for the interest at the end of the first year, which will be first year, because it's like inflation, it's going to because it's compounded. It means the money is going to increase by. So first year I would say 100% plus 6.25% over 100. This I'm doing this because I'm increasing. This is compound interest. So times the money. The moment I use this, the final, this is the answer I get. This will be the money the person will have at the end of. So the person at the end of first year, it's 15,937 rands 50 cents. Then the second year. Second year is going to change a little bit, but still it's 100 plus. Now the second year is charged at this much, but still over 100 times the money from the previous. This one here comes over here. So second year, the person gets this much. But this is not the answer. We are looking for the interest, total interest. So the total interest here will be the final money minus the money that was invested, which is 2,045 rands 16 cents. Another option would be, you would say, first year, you look for the interest times 15,000 plus 15,000. 6.2, which is, so this is the money at the end of the first year. Then second year, the person now takes 6.95 over 100 times the money which was there in the first year plus. So we go on and we say so this is the money for year 1, year 2. But we're not interested in the money, we are interested in the interest. So the interest will be this value here plus this value here. So what you're going to do, so interest will be 937 5 plus 1107,66. When you add that, get your answers 2,045 rand 16. And when you see that, you still see you get the same marks. You will have your full marks if you get your final answer. All right. Question number 3. Question number 3. Question number 3, it says we are going to use an annexure. Number 3 wants us to use an annexure. Write down the total number of semi-skilled workers employed by MK during August 2020. We'll go to the annexure there. This is our annexure. I want you to see it clearly. We are looking at semi-skilled employed in 2020. So when you come here we have the total. Yeah. Then also here staff with disabled. All employees including staff with disabled. So here we also have semi-skilled. So our answer becomes 537 plus 4, which became 541. Determine the difference in the total number of employees from 2019 to August 2020. So this one also, we want to know we shall say, we shall take, this is 2020 plus this is 2020, 2019 plus this, then we subtract the 2, which will be 2,163 plus 34 minus 2,828 plus 64. Which is 677. There was a decrease. Determine the number of staff with disabled employment in 2020 as a percentage of employees. You will see that there are 34 over the total, which is plus 34 times 100. Multiply by 100 because you're looking for percentage. One comma 5%. Go to the next year. So we have the lower quartile, which will always be Q1, 25% of the data. We have the 75th percentile, which is the upper quartile, Q3, 75% of the data. We have the median, which is Q2, which is 50% of the data. So for lower quartile of lower quartile of 2022, we shall come here, this is 2022, lower quartile will be this one here, Q1, and we see it's after 20, and we are saying it's 21. We go to the upper quartile of 2019, upper quartile of 2019, upper quartile of 2000, it will be this one here, so it's close to 30, probably it's 29, it's not straight, maybe 29. Then the median of 2021, the median of this is 2021, median is this middle line here. You see it, probably it's 32 or 31. So this will be 32 or 31. Give two reasons why it would be better said that unemployment rate was at the highest in 2021. It is because 50% of people were not employed. Even a mere looking at this is Q2, which is 50%, it's higher than these other values. It's also a reason. Let's look at question number 4. Give one reason why banks charge more than the branch deposits than the ATM. Because they want to encourage people, encourage the use of ATM, then to avoid overcrowding in inside the bank, overcrowding in the bank. Determine the difference in cost of external debit of net bank, pay as you go, use the account, and a check global one. So let's come here and see. We are looking at the external debit order. External debit order. External debit. So the difference here, shall say 5 rand minus 1 rand 50 cent, which gives you 3 rand 50. That's the difference. All right, let's concentrate on this. Who had the following monthly transactions on the bank statement? 2 external debit orders. He was charged. 1 cash withdrawal at owned bank ATM. Another cash transaction of 400 at another bank ATM. 1 cash sent of 1,002. These are all transactions. So 2 external debit orders. What are we going to do? We shall ask ourselves, okay, this will be 2 times. These are 2 external debit orders. Doesn't matter. You come here. 2 external debit orders. Who had the following monthly transaction on his bank statement? They did that. The Capitec Bank fees for the listed transactions are 45 rands. This is for Capitec. The Capitec considers that he would have saved 20 rands 50 cents on the bank fees if banked with Capitec rather than Nedbank. What does it mean? That all these transactions were done in Nedbank. So we need to calculate the cost. So if it's Nedbank and you're doing 2 external debit orders, what will you do? To be 2 times, you come here, debit orders, where they are here. External, this is Nedbank. This is Nedbank. So external, 2 times 5 gives you 10 rand. The money charges to. Then cash withdrawal of this at own bank. Let's go and see. Cash withdrawal at own bank, it takes 9 rand per 1,000. 9 rands per 1,000. So the person withdrew 1.5. So this one is taken to be like 2,000. So it will be 2 times 9 rand, which you add on what? 18. Then they say he withdrew 450 at another bank, and at another bank they will take, first and foremost, you pay 11 rands plus 2.3 per 100 part of thereof. So the person withdrew 450. This one will be counted to be 500. So how many hundreds? There are 5. So it will be 11 plus 2.3 times 5. The 5 comes from the hundreds that we are seeing. Which is 22 rands 50 cents. Then he has a cash send of 1.5. So they will say how much is cash send. Cash send of 1.5 belongs here. He paid what? 15 rands. One cash send of 15 rands. Let's add everything up. 10 plus 18 plus 22 rands 50 cents plus 15. You end up having 65 rands 50 cents. This is for Nedbank. Minus the money that they took for. So minus the money from Capitec. Indeed, you remain with 20 rand 50 cents. And the statement is what? The statement is valid. They are telling us to calculate Catlec's annual tax payable. First and foremost, we need to know how much does the person earn. Yeah, Catlec is 24 years old. He works for that company there. He earns this much. This is already annual taxable income. Annual taxable income. So they want us to calculate how much he will pay for tax. So we shall come here, we say calculate, and so first and foremost, look for the bracket. Remember, he earns 87,329. This is throughout the year. So we shall come here. Which bracket does it belong to? Definitely belongs to bracket number 1. Bracket number 1 says take 18%. 18% times. When you do that, it's the 50,719.22. We subtract the rebate. is 24, so he qualifies for the first one. He qualifies for the first primary. So the tax that he pays is £5.22. That is the tax he pays a year. It annual tax paid a year. Together, define the term tax rebate. It's a tax what? Relief given to taxpayers according to their age. Show that the tax threshold for the tax threshold of 65 age is correct. Now, what is threshold? This is the amount of money one has to earn before they start paying tax. So if you earn that exactly money or less, you're not supposed to pay tax. So let's go and we look at 65 years of age. The threshold is here, 65 years of age. It's this one here. Together, 135. So we shall pretend to be doing it like someone earns that in a year. So if someone earns 135,150, which bracket do they earn? They are in the first bracket, which is okay. So we shall say 18% times 135,150. So these people pay. So if they get that much as tax, we remove the rebate. Remember, these are 65 and 75. So there are two rebates that you remove in the primary and the secondary. So it has to be 24,327 minus the primary rebate, which is 15,714 minus the secondary rebate, which is 8,600. 613. Answer becomes 0. Indeed, it's what? It's correct. The threshold is correct. Literacy. Paper 1. All right. In paper 1, we have a few topics, and there are 3 of them, where we have finance, data handling, and probability. Actually, probability crosses throughout. Those are the topics we shall expect in paper 1, but what we may expect. All right, here we go. First and foremost, paper 1, it's out of 150. Of 150, 60% is going to come from question. This is what? This will be finance. And 35%, this is data handling. And 5%, this will be what? Probability. Whoever comes to the question paper or whoever goes to the exam paper, please take note that you will find finance, you will find data handling. When you talk of data handling, you know our mean, mode, range. We look at the graphs, how to interpret them, These are the questions we shall expect, but 60% is coming from finance. Finance, whereby we look at taxation, break-even point, production cost, everything to do with that. It's under finance, VAT, UIF, pension, you know. As I said, we have paper 1 topics, which is finance, which will contribute 60%, plus or minus 5. All right. Plus or minus 5, which it simply means might be 65 or 60, or it might be 55%. But the largest number, the largest mark has to come from finance. Probability followed, data handling, 35%, and probability, which is 5%. Here we might also include the growth chart and everything. All right. When you look at the question paper structure, the questions, how they are going to be. Question 1, please don't leave it behind. Answer it. How? Answer it with all your energy. Make sure that you've answered it, because question 1 has to be passed. Now, question 1 in mathematical literacy, we expect and we predict that it will have finance and data handling. These questions will be mixed up. All right. Question 2, it's finance. Then question 3, data handling. Then question 4 and 5, now it goes back to integrated, which simply means it will be mixed finance and data handling. Now, another thing is that when we say integrated in context, now this one will be a little bit advanced, a little bit, but not as easy as question 1, but it still to be under the same concept of question 1, which says both finance and data handling in question 1. Take note of that. Question 1, we have both. This is what we expect in question 1. You see that? Question 2, we expect finance. Question 3, we expect data handling. Question 4, this takes you back to question 1, integrated. When you look at integrated, it means you have concepts of data handling and finance in the same question. All right. Concepts of finance and data handling in the same question. Question 2, finance, data handling. All right. Yes, the growth chart, this is the BMI. We shall see it here and there, including the data, the measures of spread in data handling. Now, when you look at measures of spread, we shall be looking at measures of spread. You look at your quartiles, you look at your range, and you look at your interquartile. Then I'm asking, or including the chart growth, application of measures. And now when you look at measures, essentially, because from the chart growth, we get what we call what? We get what we call the percentiles. You understand? So why do we look at quartiles in percentiles? Because, you know, Q1 is 50% or the 50th percentile. Sorry, Q1 is the 25th percentile. Q2 is the 50th percentile. Q3, 75th percentile. We get this from the growth chart. You're right. Probability will be there, but there's small context. All right, finance. When we look at finance, this is what we expect you to come knowing. Under finance, we expect you to come knowing this, or you will be expected to know this. The financial documents and tariff system. We've seen this already. Financial documents, we look at the household documents, whereby we look at the bills, the electricity bill. We can also look at someone's bank statement, the financial document, bank statement. Then we shall also look at this shopping list, or the till slip. Then we shall look at we expect you to know VAT, which will be here. Here we have UIF, VAT, then the pay as you earn, the personal tax, this one here, if you remember it very well, the taxation that we go into. All right. Then tariff system, you've seen them. Still, we have water. We have the electricity one. We have the call. Call options, or it might be also photocopying papers, and you look at how to compare option 1 to option 2 or option 3, which option will have more, which option will be cheaper. You understand that? And then we shall look at income and expenditure, whereby we have profit and loss, surplus and deficit. All right, income and expenditure statements. Those ones, we shall draw them like that. One side you have income, and the other side you have what? Expense. It's more like a budget. You understand? More like a budget. Then cost price and selling price. The CP versus SP. You understand? Whereby we say profit will always equal to selling price minus cost price. You remember that? Or profit as a percentage. Profit as a percentage will always be selling price minus cost price divided by cost price times 100. Or we also use this we shall also use it for percentage change. Percentage change. We shall use it for percentage change. As time goes on, we shall see break-even point. Break-even point. Come to an exam and you know break-even point. How do we tell the break-even point? It's a point where income will always equal to expenditure or expense. The same money you put in, the same money you take out, or the same money that goes out. You understand? Income equals to expenditure. Take note, there is no loss, no profit at break-even point. At break-even point, there's no loss, there's no profit. You understand? Break-even point, there's no loss, there's no profit. Then we shall look at also we look at 5.5, which is the interest, bank loans and investments. These ones we've seen them already. The loans, which we looked at the home loan, whereby we take the monthly repayment, we always equal to the loan amount divided by 1,000 times the factor. Monthly repayment, we looked at that. Investment, interest. We have what we call the compound interest and the simple interest. Compound interest and simple interest. All right, inflation. Inflation, the general increase. The general increase in prices of goods and services. The general increase in prices of goods and services. Still, you have to know this, that it will always be the current year minus the previous year divided by the previous year times 100. This is if you're looking for inflation rate. If you're looking for inflation rate, this is how we shall be doing it. I've already talked of taxation, where we expect to see UIF, VAT, the exchange rate, changing. Here we shall be changing one currency to another currency. You change one currency to another currency. You change one currency to another currency. Yes, this one leads us to data handling, whereby we look at classification, organizing, summarizing, and representation. Remember, they are, let me see, they have classify 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth one is to create questions. When we look at data handling, please just know that data, we shall say data is a raw what? Raw facts. And data is split into two. It's either numeric or categoric. It's numeric or categoric. And again, numeric is also split into two. It's either discrete or continuous. Discrete or continuous. We shall look at that also. All right. Then another thing that we forgot, we shall look at. It's called the first one to show the measures of spread. Then we have measures of central tendons. Measures of central tendons are 3 of them, whereby we have mean. I usually call them triple M, mode, and median. When is mean best representing data? When numbers are closer to each other. Mode, it's used when the data is categoric. When data is categoric, mode comes in. Then median, we use it when we have what we call the outlier. Outlier. This is when they are best in. All right. Representing data, we shall expect you to know the graphs that we are using. All right. The graphs, the pie charts, talk of box and the whiskers. No one will ask you to draw it, but you have to know how to interpret it. This diagram, it looks like that. The 5-point summary, minimum. Then we have Q1, Q2, Q3, and we have the maximum. This you have to know how to interpret. Tell the difference between the bar graph and a histogram. Understand? Histogram used when the data is continuous, and bar graph, it's good when the data is discrete. Pie charts, we use them when the data is in a form of as a whole, like it's a whole sector of data. You see that? That's how we shall see. Summarizing data, that's when we look at the measures of central tendencies, mean, mode, median, right? Organizing and classifying. Here we look at the frequency table. The frequency table. This is all data handling. In frequency table, that table of views that you draw with the tires. The frequency table comes here. All right. And this could be what you expect in paper 1. But please, as you come, don't forget financial documents and tariff system, income, expenditure, profit or loss, income and expenditure statements. These you have to know how to interpret them. They might not tell you to draw. I know we drew it in grade 10, but in grade 12, we shall expect you to interpret it. All right. What does this, for example, the bank statement, the debit side, what does it carry? The credit side, what does it carry? You understand? The credit, it will always be coming in. Debit, this is money going out. So you always subtract on the debit side as we add on the credit, and this will call on to get what we call the balance. You together? The money comes in. If it comes in, let's say this is 300, then, and previously here you had 700, the balance will become 1,000. So if this side we have 550 going out, so our balance here becomes 440. You know, that's how credit comes in, debit goes out. We shall always look at that. Otherwise, I wish you the best. Get ready for paper 1 revision. We shall be having revision, and God bless. Bye bye. Grade 12, let's look at preparatory exam 2023, paper 1, mathematical literacy. Let's try to see the solutions. Those were the instructions, and I hope it went well. Question number 1. Brian is planning a trip to Canada to visit his uncle. His uncle is a professional tour guide and takes people to various places on sightseeing trips. The tours take place in difficult terrains of Canada. The cost for the tours vary, and below you will find all information for a full week stay with sightseeing. There are two options. Option 1, once week backpack sightseeing, which costs 12,000 Canadian dollars, excluding flights. And option 2 is a 1 week hotel stay sightseeing, which costs 20,000 Canadian dollars, excluding flights. Brian's father, Dominic, will cover all Brian's expenses for the trip, including flights and accommodation. Dominic will also give Brian 24,500 rands for spending and additional expenses. Brian needs to fly from OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg to Toronto to Pearson International Airport in Canada. Brian finds a direct route flight costing 16,879 rands, including all taxes. This is a direct return flight costing 16, simply meaning to and fro. Okay, according to current exchange rate, 1 Canadian dollar will cost 13 rands 48 cents. Let's look at the questions. Use the information above to answer the questions that follow. Identify the exchange rate between the two currencies. Now, what are the two currencies? We had the Canadian dollar and the rand. So the exchange rate there we need, it was supposed to be 1 Canadian dollar is equivalent to 13 rands 48 cents. Okay. 1.1.2, Brian did some calculations to determine the cost for sightseeing. He states that only his stay on the cheaper option will cost 161,760, proved by showing all calculations how he arrived at this option. Let's take note. Remember, here what you need to take note of is a cheap option. There are two options. Which one is cheaper than the other? This one has 12,000 and the other one is 20,000. So the question, the scenario here says on the cheaper option. So which is option 1. So we are going to change the money in option 1, which is 12,000 Canadian dollars. It has become rands. So it will be 12,000 times 13 rand 48 cents. And the answer became 100 161,760. Don't forget that these are rands. These are rands. There we go. We go to 1.1.3. Determine how much money in rands Brian's father will spend on his return flight and spending money. Round off your answer to the nearest 100. So what are we looking at here? Take note of this. We are looking at Brian's father will spend on. We look at the return and spending money. Those are two things: the ticket and the money that he gave for pocket money. They want the money to be round off to the nearest 100. Those are things that we needed to take note. So how much was remember very well that the money for, they said flight, it's already in rands, which is 16,879. This is money for flight. The money to spend is 24,500. When you add the two, end up having 41,379. 379. Write down the cost of, sorry. Here they told us to round off to the nearest 100. So 100 to be here, so which is approximately 41,400 rands. So you're saying write down the cost of the return flight in words. Remember, it was written like this. So this in words is the same as 16,000. 16,000. 800. 870. 79. 29. Brian plans to spend only 85. So Brian plans to spend only 85% of his spending money while on his trip and save the rest Determine how much money Brian will spend during this trip. So if he decides to spend 85, it will be 85, which is 0.85 times the money that he was given to spend, which was 24,500. So how much will that be? Punch it in your calculator, you get the answer there. We are looking for the money. So he will spend approximately 20,825 rands. That's what he's planning to use. Then they say, question number 1.1.6, show how Brian's total savings after his spending adds up to 3,675 rands. Now, all this is so simple. Remember, he was planning to, so he was given 24,500. He's planning only to use 20,824. Definitely, what is he going to save? He's going to save 30,675. Why do we say he's going to save? Because that's what he was planning to say. He saves the remainder. He saves whatever remains. Or someone else would have done this. Remember, he used 85%. So if you use 85%, what are you remaining with? You're remaining with 15%. So it will be 15% times the money that he was planning to use. Also here, you'll get the same answer. Okay, question number. Write down the formula that is used to determine the probability of an event. We usually say probability equals to sample over population. Sample over the population. The given sample over the total number of items or chances. There are 6 adult male, 9 adult female tourists, and 2 female babies on the tour. Determine the total number of possible outcomes. Total number of possible outcomes, that means we need the population, which is 6 plus 9 plus 2, which becomes 17. The possible total outcome is 17, or the population. All right, let me look at question number 1.1.9. On his return from on his return to South Africa, Brian will invest 30,675 rands at 15% simple interest per year for a period of 1 year. Defined the term interest in this context. So interest here, we shall say interest will be extra money he will earn on his investment. He will earn on his investment. What we need there is what we call the extra money. It will be extra money earned on his investment. All right, 1.2. We are going to use the annexure. The group of learners learn about taxation during their mathematical literacy lesson. Tato then looked at corporate taxation in different countries. Annexure A shows the global corporation tax levels in perspective of 2021. Study annexure A and answer the questions that follow. I'm here looking at the table down here, just see this is data handling. Data handling. So now, here we go. We have this. This is the annexure, the global taxation level, then corporate. All right. So we have, these are the countries that we have. that we are looking at. Okay, and these are the values that we have. All right. So the question number 1 says, identify the mode of the overall global population levels for 2021. The mode, the number that appears most. When you look at it, it's the number that appears most. The number that appears most is this 25%, the number that appears most. All right. The number that appears most.